Vesuvio, Naples, in the Ponticelli district. And it's day 2 of the Summer Universiade Napoli 2019. And welcome to the Vesuvio and to a session of artistic gymnastics action. After yesterday's men's team final, it's the women's team final today, which also serves as qualification in the apparatus and all-around competitions. Yesterday, Japan absolutely ran away with the men's team final. Chinese Taipei took the silver, and the Russian Federation a bronze medal in a tight battle with the Republic of Korea. And today might well be a similar story. Japan are certainly the favourites if you look simply at the achievements of the highly impressive team that they have sent to this competition. But one can never rule out, of course, the Russian Federation. And indeed, one of Chinese Taipei, buoyed by the incredible success of the men's squad yesterday. Certainly their women's team will come out ready to attack this challenge, and we're going to see them in the first subdivision of this team final. In just a moment, the noise indicates that we're also going to see the host nation and the Italian squad, represented by Carlotta Felito, Laura Mori and Martina Rizzelli. And the lion's share of the roar is certainly for this impressive group of gymnasts who are desperate to take the opportunity to perform to the very highest level in front of their home support. We're going to see in this first subdivision of competition the Republic of Korea paired with the Chinese Taipei, and Finland paired with Italy. To come later on, Canada, the Russian Federation and Japan. So it's up to these 4 teams to set the pace in the women's team competition. And how do you go about doing that? Well, it's registering 2 high scores on each piece of apparatus. 3 gymnasts are in the vast majority of the teams. All bar Finland are sending 3 gymnasts here to this team competition, but only 2 scores count, and that is absolutely fundamental, because the coaches don't have to send out all 3 gymnasts on every piece. Some will be doing that, the Republic of Korea and Chinese Taipei, that's very much their intention. And Finland are going to have to do that with just the 2 gymnasts in their squad. Italy will mix things up a little bit. Sometimes they'll have all 3 competing on a piece, and on other occasions just the 2. All of that means, in essence, that if you send 3 gymnasts out, you've got the opportunity for something to go wrong, but equally, you might want to pace the team for the competition, especially if you have some specialists on particular pieces who can be relied upon to deliver particularly strong performances. No sense in sending them out on a piece right before the, in inverted commas, guaranteed big score. All of that, the fun of the fair, the interesting things for us to work out. Starting on the uneven bars, Finland and Italy, and Italy will not be using Carlotta Felito on this piece of apparatus. Those of you who've been watching the Universiade right from the start will have seen Carlotta Felito already, because she was a pivotal figure in the lighting of the torch. The rather splendid opening ceremony that concluded with Andrea Bocelli delivering a most stirring performance of 3 songs, including one with his son. It was quite spectacular, actually. Some of you, I'm absolutely certain, will have been watching the Universiade for many years and have seen a lot of competition take place in Chinese Taipei or Guangzhou before that, or even Kazan before that. We've actually got some competitors who go back to those previous competitions. The Russian Federation team boasts the highly experienced Lilia Akaimova, who took a gold medal in 2017. Canada have Danelle Pedrick, who also took a silver in 2017. And Japan have Asuka Teramoto, who took a bronze in 2017. But we also have returning gymnasts from 2015 and even a returner from 2013, a gymnast that a lot of people out there, I'm sure some of you watching know exactly who I'm talking about, that people are extremely excited to see back in competition. And people are extremely excited to see the Italian team as well in competition. And yesterday, the Italian men finished in 4th position, having gone in the earlier subdivision of this final. It is a joy to have your company wherever you're watching the action from. Ollie Hogben here in the Pala Vesuvio in Naples. Thank you very much indeed for joining in with the spirit of university sport in a city very well suited to it. The University of Naples, founded in 1224, one of the world's oldest institutions of higher education. All of these athletes involved in some form of further or higher education study, but all of that is very far from their minds. At the moment, what is on their minds is glory in this team competition. And indeed, as part of it, securing strong qualification places for the all-around or the apparatus finals. And at the risk of stating things that many of you will know as long-time gymnastics fans, for the new viewer to our sport, then it's not the case that every gymnast has to attempt qualification for the all-around. They can pick apparatuses as they choose. Some gymnasts very much are, if it's not too much of an oxymoron to say they are all-around specialists, if you know what I mean. They are particularly skilled at producing high-quality performances across all the four pieces, and there are other gymnasts who really do hit the big difficulty and big scores on particular pieces of apparatus. All of that we will endeavour to uncover as the action unfolds in front of us here at the Pala Vesuvio. Tomorrow it will be the turn of the all-around gymnasts in both the men's and women's competition, and then the women's and men's apparatus finals will take place the day after that. So it's going to be a super weekend of artistic gymnastics action. And then there'll be a break of 3 days before the rhythmic gymnastics takes centre stage in the Pala Vesuvio. So a lot of great gymnastics to come in this space. You may have caught a glimpse there, those of you who are eagle-eyed fans of gymnastics, of a very experienced German gymnast, Janine Berger, who's back in competition. She competed earlier on the vault and the uneven bars, which is very much what she is specialising in at the moment. And what I shall endeavour to do as best as possible throughout this broadcast is to give you an idea of who is leading the way in the apparatus qualifications as well. What I can tell you is in the all-around, Yana Fedorova of Ukraine is the pace setter with a score of 49.75. But all of the gymnasts that have performed so far in all-around qualification will be nervously awaiting some of the strongest all-around gymnasts who are still to come in these next couple of subdivisions. And so it is time for us to begin this women's team final. Kim Chae-on of the Republic of Korea, 20-year-old from Seoul, to vault. And a nice secure beginning. And actually, if the numbering is correct, I think that is Gule Won who was due to be wearing the number 227, but we'll just get confirmation on that in a short while. Well executed vault. Not the most complex of vaults that we will see in this competition, but very nicely delivered. It is indeed a vault by Kim Chae-on. And she was part of this team at the last Universiade, which finished 8th. So very much a valued member of the squad to be bringing back her experience from having competed at an existing Universiade. And she has a score of 12.5. Now it is to Gule Won. First big international competition really for her. Just a little more pikes on her landing, but still executed with A great deal of solidity. A little bit of protection around that left knee, left thigh area. Didn't get maybe the ideal push away off the springboard. But the line was quite nice in terms of its central attack. Not an enormous amount of height. And the score is 12.45. Difficulty score of 4. Yang Semi, the final gymnast to vault for the Republic of Korea. That was really nicely executed. 19-year-old, recently graduated from Namyong High School. Moving away on to university study. And she got a little bit more power perhaps in that vault than the first couple that we've seen. Kept the line nice and central. All of the Korean gymnasts have done that. Maybe this angle shows just a little bit more lift off from the table. I suspect that the Republic of Korea will be pretty happy with that as a first collection of scores. 13.35, higher difficulty score. And Yang Semi will be vaulting again. She's the only Korean gymnast who is attempting qualification for the vault final. So this will not contribute to the team score. And that unfortunately may well preclude her participation in the aforementioned vault final. It's coming down in a most pronounced way. But she's made a big contribution to the team score with that 13.35. Just didn't get that rotated at all in quite the right way. The push away off the springboard perhaps not quite ideal. .85 the score for the second, so 12.6 for Yang Semi. Makes her the 6th strongest performer in the vault so far.
Vault, Chinese Taipei, Hu Xingfen. First vault. Bars, Finland, Rosanna Ojala.
Rosanna Ojala of Finland awaiting instruction to begin her performance on the uneven bars. Finland just have the 2 gymnasts entered in this competition. So there's a lot of work on Ojala and Maija Leinonen. So to the 24-year-old who studies at the University of Tampere. Starts off with a Kachev into the Pak Salto, nice and clean. This is the Maloney transition, very common one to see. Just a little bit short there.
Second ball.
To a nice, simple but stable dismount. It was a well-executed routine from Rosanna Ojala. She is the reigning Finnish uneven bars champion. That was her first ever title that she got earlier this year at senior competition, and she's worked extremely hard for that. And it has made her a significantly more confident performer on this apparatus. Simple dismount, but Nicely executed, not an awful lot to be unhappy with.
Volt, Fang, Ko, Xing, Chinese Taipei.
Rosanna Oyala waiting for her score to come in. Meanwhile, the Italian team are getting ready to take to the uneven bars. Oyala with a score of 11.95. That is the 8th strongest that we've had so far. So she's in a qualification position, but will have no expectation reasonably of keeping in that qualification position. Now to Martina Rizzelli of Italy on the uneven bars. Powerful work to start as she moves from the first catch into the back salto. This is very much what she does. She consistently makes uneven bars finals at World Cup. She's a real specialist. And dismounts really nicely, brings the crowd to life in a big way. Martina Rizzelli, the 21-year-old who is studying for a degree in sports science, has produced an impressive display on the uneven bars to get Italy's campaign up and running. There's a lot to be said, isn't there, for starting with a real specialist on a piece like that. She won't be competing on the balance beam, and in the floor exercise she will be vaulting. It was a routine that worked very nicely indeed. Now, just to keep you updated on other action in the competition, Fang Ko-king of Chinese Taipei, a 13.575, and Wu Xingfen, a 13.5 on vault. So Chinese Taipei have really produced some strong vaults to begin their final. They still have one more gymnast to compete on vault. Rizzelli with a score of 13.45. Strongest that we've seen so far on the uneven bars in terms of qualification for the finals. Janine Berger now dropped down into second position with 13.25. And it is Lara Mori of Italy, 20-year-old from Montevarchi. Toron Kachev, nice and secure. Just needs to build up a little bit more of that power into the final swings for the dismount, and that's a really nice start for the host nation on the uneven bars. They've really opened their campaign in some style. And they really needed to, with only 2 gymnasts going up to compete for Italy on the bars, so no score to be discarded. And they've taken advantage of the support from the home crowd. Mori has been a key competitor for Italy for a while. She performed ever so well at the Mediterranean Games last year in Tarragona, took 3 gold medals there.
Ready to change the apparatus, please.
Did make very sure of that dismount. It's a very good start for the Italian team. Cheng Fenxi with a vault score of 12.4 for Chinese Taipei. Meanwhile, for Finland, Maija Leonen producing a score of 10.5 on the uneven bar. So I think that just about covers everything that we have and haven't seen in this first rotation of competition. It is technically the third subdivision of the day, but it's the first of this team final. We had solely individual qualifiers taking place earlier. Just waiting that score for Laura Mori to come in, and there it is, 12.55 for Mori. So Mori and Rizzelli scoring 12.55 and 13.45 respectively. And what that means is that Chinese Taipei have set the early lead. Italy, Republic of Korea and Finland. Worth us bearing in mind that Chinese Taipei have already vaulted, where the scores tend to be a little bit higher, and that also applies to the Republic of Korea. So that's the conclusion of this first rotation here in the first subdivision, the first half, effectively, of this women's team final at Napoli 2019. These are gymnasts now that take to the uneven bars. To the balance beam for the host nation. There's a chance to see Carlotta Felito in action, and we'll see Laura Mori once more.
Durante la competizione, grazie. Don't use flash, please.
It's going to be a busy session of competition for the Finnish gymnasts, with just the two competing. And later on, as I'm sure many of you are aware, we'll have the opportunity to see the Canadian team go alongside the Russian Federation. They'll be starting on vault and working in the Olympic order. Meanwhile, Japan will be working alongside a single Dutch gymnast who's going for all-around qualification. And they'll be beginning on the uneven bars. Those will be the final three teams in this 7-strong competition. It's been an extraordinary game so far for Carlotta Felito, being involved in the lighting of the torch. She got a wonderful reception from the crowd at the opening ceremony. The Stadio San Paolo, the home of Napoli Football Club, and there were footballers from Napoli involved. Lorenzo Insigne, the captain of the squad, paired up with Carlotta Felito to do a very interesting lighting of the torch. It was most interesting. So Felito actually lit the torch herself, and then Insigne effectively struck it as a football, and it went into Vesuvius, which was a really nice nod, actually, both to the obviously the great geographical history of the region, but also its huge love of association football and its huge love of gymnastics as well, because Italian gymnastics, those of you who've been watching it for some time will know just what growth there is. And she's one of the veterans now, Felito.
Brave, Italy, Laura Mori.
So Laura Mori to compete on the balance beam. She's been performing ever so well in domestic competitions lately. In the Serie A of gymnastics, she won the all-around gold in March, the bronze in May. And this is the work of a confident gymnast. Struggled for stability, high leg turn, but managed it. Well, they are loving every minute of what they're seeing at the moment, the Italian fans. Hardly what you call a muted reaction. They really are delighted by the start that the home team has made. Martina Rizzelli watching on for this rotation. This sequence was very confidently executed. Kept a very good line on the beam. That's where she had that little wobble. But on the whole, it was a nicely performed display. She has won a couple of medals so far this year in the World Cup competitions, Laura Mori. And she's also known for producing really good work in the floor exercise. That was one of the competitions she won a gold medal in at the Mediterranean Games. Your friends and family in the crowd watching on. 12.85 is the score for Laura Mori on the balance beam. In terms of balance beam performances, it's the strongest we've seen by just half a tenth. Yang Yin of Hong Kong, 12.8 was her score. Now to Carlotta Felito. Just needed to hold herself firm and did it.
Chinese Taipei, Wu Xingfen.
Well, it just continues to be a very good campaign for Italy so far. Everything absolutely fine on the uneven bars, very secure on the balance beam. And they've got through some early challenges. They've made their way over some tough hurdles, and they have started impressively. You would trust Felito on this piece. She was a Youth Olympic Games silver medalist on the balance beam at the inaugural Youth Olympics in 2010 in Singapore. And that was steady work, well delivered. I can just feel the belief increasing in the Italian team as this rotation continues. I think she certainly feels exactly the way that the entire Italian squad does, which is they've been most well supported by the home crowd. The roar when Felito actually came out to be involved in the torch lighting was considerable and very noticeable in the stadium. They felt a lot of great support in Naples, the Italian gymnastics team. And she's very well known. She's one of the gymnasts who was part of the Parallel Live series, and she has a score of 12.85.
11 bars, Chinese Taipei, Fang Ko-ching. Beam,
Fang Ko-ching,
Maya Leinonen.
gymnast from Chinese Taipei. First chance we've had to see Chinese Taipei in action. She's got a 13.575 on the vault. Just needs to build her power back up on the bars. Just 18. And gets through that routine with not too many difficulties after that little bit of loss of pace early on. Fang Ko-ching really had a bit of a World Cup breakthrough last year when she made the floor final in Paris. She was sixth there. It was her first time in a World Cup final. And she's an experienced competitor in terms of Asian Championship appearances as well. It's been a valuable and versatile all-arounder for Chinese Taipei for a while.
Si prega di rispettare le ginnaste mantenendo silenzio durante
Next to go will be Chen Fengqi for Chinese Taipei.
Grazie. Please respect our competitors and keep quiet throughout competition. Thank you.
It is 11.45, the score for Fang Ko-ching.
Chinese
Taipei will be putting out a full quota of 3 gymnasts. Meanwhile, Maya Leinonen has scored 12.05 for her beam routine. First gymnast from Finland to compete after the 2 Italian gymnasts. Completes the Jaeger. Just seemed to lose her power a touch. It wasn't the tidiest high to low transition. It was a tidy dismount, though. She competed at the World Championships back in 2014, Chen Fengqi. She's the only one of the Chinese Taipei squad that actually wasn't part of the most recent World Championship gathering. But what she does bring is a lot of international experience to work alongside these two teenagers. That's of real advantage. Didn't get an enormous distance away from the bars on her dismount, but she certainly was tidy in terms of the landing. We'll see how the gymnasts travel a fair bit further away from the apparatus itself. It will be the Republic of Korea next to take the uneven bars. Wu Xingfen was the first to go for Chinese Taipei on the bars and had a score of 10.35, so they're going to need this score. It's 11.35 for Chen Fengqi, so 11.35 and 11.45, the two scores that Chinese Taipei will carry through on the uneven bars. Gu Lei-won of the Republic of Korea. She vaulted a 12.45 to get her competition underway. All of these gymnasts, just as a reminder to those who've been with us since the start, they are, oh goodness, that was quite a way away from making a connection on the high bar. I was about to say they are competing for qualification for the apparatus finals as well. We'll just have another look at Gu Lei-won's release. She just starts to move quite a bit away from the bar on that release. This will give us likely a better view. It's quite clear there. She just goes a little bit far away. Touch too diagonal in that release. Her legs came very much separated as she went into the transition, hence why she's come off again. And those of you new to gymnastics, it's a full mark deduction every single time the gymnast has an unintentional dismount from the apparatus. Oh, she recovered that nicely to produce a very good dismount indeed, Gu Lei-won. They will be very much hoping, the Republic of Korea, they're not going to have to factor in that score. The likelihood is that they won't have to, because they do still have two gymnasts to go, and that's the advantage of having that extra gymnast to compete when only two scores are being counted. A nice dismount though. Tuck position was very well executed. Just allows the 20-year-old to depart from the apparatus on her terms and turn her attention very much now to the next routine. Teammate Kim Chae-yeon about to compete. There will be a large amount of execution deductions for Gu. So the score is 8.55 for Gu Lei-won. They will have the chance now, the Republic of Korea, to try to discard that And first to attempt it will be Kim Chae-yeon. Lost the legs a little bit. Got through it okay. That time the yoga was a lot tidier looking. She's really having to use a lot of core strength to get the swingfulness back in the routine. Much more power there, and a good dismount from Kim Chae-yeon. And a reaction of absolute delight for that routine. She did have 2 releases and catches in there. She's got that experience. She's also got that sense of buoyancy that she brings to the team. Gives them a lift. Ginga, she just seemed to thump slightly into the bar as she came down for the catch. The Jaeger was very cleanly delivered. This dismount, she did wind up nicely to get a bit of power. Didn't get an awful lot of height, but in terms of the execution, that was good. A little bit off aim in the high five. Can't be perfect though, can you? Always good to see a gymnast come off the apparatus feeling like they've given the performance they came here to deliver. Top performer on the uneven bar so far is Martina Rizzelli. Carlotta Filito is rather enjoying herself, I think, to the amusement of Kim Chae-yeon. Probably to many of you watching too. They'll be deeply amused, Italy, if they can manage to come away with a medal in this team competition. It's going to be a tough ask because of who is to come later. If they can be in a leading position with that final subdivision to come, who knows? 11.2 the score for Kim Chae-yeon. Have quite a few execution deductions. Final gymnast of this second rotation, then we will be at the halfway point of the whole competition. It is Yang Se-mi. She produced 13.35 volt. She was a key performer in that first rotation for her country. She was 5th in the all-around competition at the last Korean Championships. Seemed to just lose all of the momentum as she transitioned from low to high. She's built it back up again nicely, and actually the layout position was really good for her finish. That was a bit of a battle just to get the pace back. She's been part of the national team for a little while now. This is her biggest competition, the 19-year-old.
That concludes the second rotation. Si conclude la seconda rotazione.
Moved nicely into the double layout dismount.
Ready to change. Cambio attrezzo.
Well, they'll be confident, the Republic of Korea, that they won't need to use the score that Goulet 1 received. So the 2 gymnasts after that doing exactly what's necessary in a team competition, which is helping out your teammates if all hasn't gone according to plan. And so on they move, all of them, to the third rotation. And we'll be able to bring you an update on the standings just as soon as the score for Yang Se-mi is in. It's on to the floor exercise for Italy. Some strong performers to come with Carlotta Filito and Lara Mori. Very good floor performers indeed. 11.55 is the score for Yang Se-mi. And in just a moment, we'll be able to bring you the standings at the halfway mark of the whole competition. If you're just joining the action, we're at the halfway mark of the first subdivision in this women's team final. And Italy have switched things around at the top. Chinese Taipei dropping down into second position. Still the same 3 and 4. Republic of Korea and Finland. Really good displays from Italy on the balance beam. And Italy still have the floor and the vault to come. So they still have the opportunity to deliver some high scores from the vaulting table. After this session is concluded, we'll have a break of around about 90 minutes or so until the second half of the competition, where Canada, the Russian Federation and Japan will compete. They are all in that final subdivision by virtue of having been the competitors, the nations that secured the medals in the last women's team competition. It was Russia who took the gold, Canada the silver, and Japan the bronze in Chinese Taipei in 2017.
Vi ricordo ancora di non usare il flash. Per cortesia, non usare il flash sia per quanto riguarda la macchina fotografica che i vostri cellulari. Grazie.
Lots of support for the very popular Carlotta Felito. She's so well known to young gymnastics fans. A lot of people really first discovered her when she produced that brilliant display at the Youth Olympic Games in Singapore. The all-around bronze medal, the silver on the balance beam, bronze on the vault. Many people have done exactly the same about a young gymnast called Georgia Vila, who was so impressive in Buenos Aires at the Youth Olympic Games 8 years on. And there's just a sense of vigour about this sport in Italy. There's a sense of optimism. Now Lara Moore is going to be the most useful asset to Italy on the floor exercise. In those aforementioned Serie A competition, she won the floor gold, along with some all-around success. And she has had World Cup success on the floor too. So Rosanna Ojala of Finland about to compete on floor.
Floor, Finland, Rosanna Ojala.
And so to Rosanna Ojala, gymnast from Finland, the 24-year-old from Hämeenkyrö, started at the University of Tampere. And she took a silver medal on floor at the last Finnish Championships. It's a routine that has some lovely choreography in there. And it's just such a shame when a gymnast takes an early tumble in one of their bigger sequences in the routine, when they have a bit of a hefty landing, because then you can just see that sense of being a touch destabilised, and it was a pretty awkward fall, actually, for Oyala right at the start. There's an example of it. It's a difficult landing as well, really coming down hard on the base of the spine. She got up straight away, carried on the routine, and as I said, it's got a lot of really nice choreography, but unfortunately also had that one of the later tumbling passes. That's really worth enjoying again. That's the work of a real dancer, somebody who is at home on the floor, even when things don't go quite according to plan from a tumbling point of view. She spent a few months last year living and training in Sweden just to try to develop herself as a gymnast, but also personally, just to do something a bit outside of her comfort zone. Worked nicely. It's not a score that she will be enormously excited to wait around for, unfortunately, due to the high number of execution deductions that there will be. Teammate Maija Leinonen waiting to go. It's a 9.8 for Rosanna Oyala, 5.7 for execution, plus the 0.3 penalty for the sit down out of bounds. So now a big display needed from her teammate. Over to Maija Leinonen. She took the silver medal in the all-around competition at the Finnish Nationals in May. She's a very experienced gymnast, evident from that composed display on floor. Has competed at a few European Championships, also has competed at the World Championships. And she came 9th, along with the rest of the Finnish team, a couple of years ago in Chinese Taipei. Most importantly, actually, has responded very well to a nasty injury. She had a bad ankle fracture last year. Came back to have success in the national championships. Back competing all around, like a lot of gymnasts when they've had some injury problems. They don't do the full all-around program for a little while, and that's what happened to Leinonen. Focus on the beam and the uneven bars for a little while, but she is jubilant to be back, and that's good to see. Studies at the Haaga-Helia University of Applied Sciences in Helsinki. The score is 11.5 for Leinonen.
Italy, Carlotta Ferlito.
Now to Carlotta Ferlito on floor. What a great sense of performance for the work of Carlotta Ferlito. That really was a very, very impressive routine. With every single routine that Italy produced, seem to start to believe more and more that actually they can get in this hunt for a medal. They can challenge. There's nice height in her leaps. There's power in the tumbling, all blended together by very nice choreography. And that sense of projection, of real performance to the routine. This nice sequence where she moves into the illusion turn after those high leg pirouettes. First Italian gymnast really to make that a part of her work. They are very much feeding off this rather vocal crowd, the Italians. Good execution to that routine. Wasn't just about performance, there was also really proficiently executed tumbling. I think she's quite overwhelmed by the reaction she's got here. Such a popular athlete. Back in 2009, believe it or not, 10 years ago, she was an enormous star in the City of Jesolo Trophy, doing very well in the junior all-around. One suspects she's about to do very well here with this score in the floor routine and also part of qualification for the floor final. Mori waiting to go. Italy just putting up two competitors in this rotation. Martina Rizzelli not competing on floor. 13.2, great score for Carlotta Ferlito. And it's by some way the strongest mark we've had so far in the qualification for the women's floor final. Farah Abdul Hadi, second strongest, 12.55. And now to Laura Mori of Italy. Well, they absolutely adored it, as you'd expect. There is going to be a moment in that routine, unfortunately, for Lara Mori in Italy that is going to cost in terms of their score. But she is somebody who always delivers an exciting performance on the floor. Took a silver medal in both Baku and Doha in the World Cup series, including that silver medal in Baku ahead of her returning teammate Vanessa Ferrari, who already won the Melbourne competition. Her own edition of that high leg pirouette sequence into the illusion turn. That, unfortunately, is the costly moment in the routine. So as a result, the expectation of a pretty significant deduction. Will it be enough for Italy to hold on to the lead? .7 is the score for Lara Mori. Chen Fengqi to compete on the balance beam for Chinese Taipei. A little bit of a wait for the gymnast from Chinese Taipei. She's the final competitor to go for them. Fan Ko-ching scored 11.75, Wu Xingfen 10.95. Now to Chen Fengqi. Chinese Taipei were in second place coming into this rotation. That is the final performance of the penultimate rotation. Chen Fengqi. She did compete at the Asian Games back in Incheon in 2014. Chinese Taipei was 7th in the team competition there. They were really just starting to emerge as a team nation. She very much was one of the gymnasts who was part of that early emergence. A really important figure, actually, in gymnastics in Chinese Taipei, even if she hasn't been necessarily at huge amounts of international competitions in recent years. What she showed there was a degree of steadiness in that routine when they did need a score of significance. Following a score of 10.95, one of the two they've got so far, so they needed to push for something a little bit bigger than that. Sometimes the last gymnast goes into performing knowing that effectively they've got a free pass because everything's gone so well so far. On other occasions, the gymnast goes in knowing that they've absolutely got to deliver. That was the case for Chen Fengqi there.
Quarta rotazione.
You would expect that Italy have
Vault, Italy and
furthered their advantage. 11.1 is the score
for
Chen Fengqi. So a little advancement on the score of Wu Xingfen. Italy firmly ahead and out in front. Chinese Taipei and Republic of Korea pretty close. Finland in 4th position. And we move now into the final rotation of this first half of the women's team competition at Napoli 2019. Italy will send all 3 gymnasts out to compete on vault. So a second opportunity, we'll have to look at Martina Rizzelli, who delivered a 13.45 on the uneven bars. Meanwhile, for the nations currently in 2nd and 3rd place, they will be competing on the floor. That's a reminder of some of the work that we've seen so far. It was Maija Leinonen. And just moments ago, Chen Fengqi completing her beam routine. Very much commanding the attention of the crowd in the Pala Vesuvio. Carlotta Felito. Before her, Rosanna Oyala. And then concluding the rotation was Lara Mori. So just the one rotation to come and then a short break in proceedings. And what we can tell you at the moment is that this is the all-around qualification led by Jana Fedorova from Barbara Mokosova and Marlies Mandersdorfer. Top 18 gymnasts go through to the all-around final to take place tomorrow. Not every gymnast has attempted every single piece, which is why some of these lower-ranked competitors look like they've got a particularly unfavourable score. Those of you new to gymnastics might just be wondering about that. Right at the bottom, these are gymnasts like Martina Rizzelli, for example, who so far have only competed on the uneven bars, very much as an apparatus specialist. Rizzelli will only be going for glory in the uneven bars competition. She will only undertake 1 vault. The banner of the Korea National Sport University, which many of you will have seen yesterday if you were watching the men's competition. A lot of the Korean gymnasts have come through that particular institution. It's very well represented.
Stop, warm-up, floor.
Warm-ups completed and the final opportunity for these gymnasts to deliver. The competition has begun over on the floor. So our attention will remain, as expected, with the host nation. And Lara Mori will be the first gymnast to vault. So as things stand, Italy very convincingly in the lead, 76.6. Then it is Chinese Taipei, 72.575. Republic of Korea, 71.95. Finland, 66.6. Three nations still to come. Canada, Russia and Japan. Away we go with Lara Mori. And she vaults wonderfully. Well, the thing you have to say about this Italian team is that they have kept the errors to an absolute minimum. They've been very dependable. Right from the start of competition, they looked confident. She was the only Italian gymnast to win gold medals at the Mediterranean Games in Tarragona last year, Lara Mori. Certainly her strong performances in the domestic competitions. Much to report back home. Strong performances have really empowered her. She's looking confident. 13.2. And that's really good from Ritelli too. So certainly now, when Carlotta Felito comes out to vault, they can really sit back confidently and watch her attack it, because these first two vaults have gone very smoothly indeed for the host nation. It's really been a very positive display from Italy, and it's certainly going to put them in the hunt when the next three go. We're going to have an anxious wait. They'll know, undoubtedly, as Rizzelli scores a 13.3, that the quality and experience of the gymnasts in the Japan and Russian Federation teams is going to be very hard to combat. I'll be wondering perhaps if they can sneak in ahead of Canada. Carlotta Felito. Oh, that just completes the whole package. Three very accomplished vaults by Italy to bring to a close their team campaign, and those three gymnasts have done superbly. It is the most experienced of all who concludes the campaign. And Carlotta Felito completing Italy's sequence of vaults, but also their entire team competition. She was involved in the lighting the torch. Now, can any of the remaining teams in the second subdivision hold a candle to Italy? 13.6 is her score. And Italy will most certainly be top of the leaderboard at the conclusion of this half of the competition. They've done their job now. Rosanna Oyala, Finnish gymnast, seeking to conclude her campaign in style. And that she's done with a tidy piece of vaulting. None of the gymnasts in this particular rotation are aiming for vault final qualification. Oyala with a 12.85, her strongest score of the competition. She finishes impressively. Now to Maija Leinonen. That's a really good finish for Finland. They have delivered impressively on the vault. And those two gymnasts now can leave the competition with their heads held high. It's nice to see such a positive reaction at the end of their team competition. Leinonen was the Finnish all-around champion back in 2017.
Chinese Taipei,
Most experienced gymnast from the small town of Lohja in the south of Finland. I'm sure they're all watching this and getting behind her and supporting. 12.9 is her score. So very similar, the two vaults from Leinonen and Ojalu in the judges' eyes. Competition in this first subdivision is now winding its way to a conclusion, and we will know pretty soon exactly what kind of score Italy are taking into the second half of the competition, because they are going to be the most likely team to cause problems for the three to come. Chen Fengqi to perform her floor exercise. Final performance on floor for Chinese Taipei through Chen Fengqi. And before that, Fan Ko-king with a 12.15 and Wu Xingfen 11.15. Didn't have the opportunity to see Chen Fengqi at the Asian Championships in Mongolia very recently. It's a welcome return to the international fold for the 21-year-old. Routine that had some really very nice moments in it, some assured tumbling work, getting the balance right between difficulty and execution. Also a nice sense of artistry as well. Superb achievement it was by the men's team to take the silver medal ahead of the Russian Federation and just behind Japan in their equivalent team final yesterday. It's a real battle on for the women's team to do the same because of the strength of some of the competitors that are going to be going up in the second subdivision. 11.35 for Chen Fengqi. She's had a consistent display across the board. And now Kim Chae-yeon of the Republic of Korea. She did very well to recover her stability right at the end, Kim Chae-yeon. And there was a danger of just lilting to the side. I think she knows that as well as she makes her way from the competition floor. Good to see her experience back in the Republic of Korea team. She was part of the World Championship squad in 2014 and 2015. She was very low landing that first tumbling sequence. A lot of leg strength required to keep that stable, which she showed. Right towards the conclusion of the display. From another angle, could have gone right over, managed not to do it. Two more routines to come from gymnasts from the Republic of Korea, and that will bring to a conclusion this first subdivision. Well, they're going to be feeling utterly jubilant, Italy. Laura Mori concluding her campaign with 13.2 on vault. 10.95 is the score for Kim. To Gule-won. Another gymnast based in Seoul, where there's so many institutions of higher education. And she readied herself so well for that final tumbling pass after problems with the first couple. Took a degree of composure. It was impressive to see from Goulet-One. Celebrating with fellow 20-year-old and Seoul inhabitant Kim Chae-yeon. Just a touch compressed on that landing, and it was too much to ask of her to be able to stabilise it. Step back, pretty clear there. But from then on, she really did steady herself and got through that rest of the routine with some good composure. That was the final tumbling pass. And it was ably performed. Chance now for all of the gymnasts to send some messages home to friends and family. Chance for them to take a few pictures of the competition, preserve some memories. They're all very excited about some of the other gymnasts they're having the chance to meet. There was an Australian gymnast called Heath Thorpe who was competing in the men's competition yesterday, and he wrote this morning that he can't believe he's in the same competition as Tatiana Nabieva. Feeling that sense of real excitement at competing alongside some gymnasts that they've actually watched and admired for so long. Goulet-One had a score of 10.05 for the floor exercise. And now to the final performance of this subdivision, Yang Se-mi of the Republic of Korea on floor. Well, they haven't had the easiest of times, it's fair to say, the Republic of Korea on floor. But what all of the gymnasts have done is compose themselves most admirably when things were going a little bit problematically. Very determined gymnast is the 19-year-old Yang Se-mi. Made quite a big decision at the age of 8 to switch schools. She decided she wanted to commit to being a gymnast. Decided to join Dori Elementary School in Jeju in order to take up the sport because the gymnastics provision there was so much stronger. Turned out to be a very good decision indeed. As I mentioned earlier, she was 5th in the all-around at the last national championships in the Republic of Korea. This is the last score to come in. Time to get a quick picture before it does. It's them rather than you, but you're welcome to get one if you wish. 10.75 for Yang Se-mi. And that brings to a close this first half of the competition. Italy, the only team to break the 100 mark, and they will now sit back to see exactly what Canada, Russia and Japan can deliver in the second half of the competition. Chinese Taipei currently in second place, Republic of Korea third, and Finland in fourth position. But a lot of action still to come, a lot of gymnastics to enjoy. Lauren Mori has gone ahead of Yana Fedorova in terms of the all-around qualification. Fang Ko-ching and Yang Semi also occupying positions in the top 8 from this rotation. And only 2 gymnasts per country are actually able to make it through to the all-around competition and the individual apparatus final, so an anxious wait for some gymnasts. But not for Italy, because they have done their job. Now they can relax and enjoy the rest of the competition, and hope they'll be enjoying it even more once the final standings are released. So for now, we'll leave you with the best of the action from this first session of 2 in the women's team final here at the Palo Vesuvio in Naples. But we'll return in a short while to bring you the second half of the women's team competition in artistic gymnastics at the Summer Universiade.
forwards. Complementing the summer and winter university sports programs are the World University Championships. These single sport competitions are held every alternate year in several countries and continents. In 2018, 33 standalone World University Championship events made for a calendar full of quality competition in a wide array of sports, from karate to beach volleyball, from rugby sevens to cheerleading and singing. In 2015, FISU brought in a game changer, the 3-on-3 basketball and the World University League. For the first time in FISU history, student athletes competed for their university teams rather than for national teams, making the league a unique global event unlike any other in the sports world. Taking this paradigm shift further is FISU's newest event, the University World Cup Football, which will debut in 2019, putting the best university football teams together on the world stage. Embracing FISU's motto of today's stars, tomorrow's leaders, all FISU sports events incorporate educational and cultural aspects into the sport competitions, allowing student athletes to celebrate high performance along with culture and learning. Education is at the core of FISU's development. FISU World Conferences, FISU Forum and seminars give students, young managers and students the opportunity to exchange ideas on how to drive development through sport. FISU is committed to good governance, including gender equality and clean sport. FISU's Gender Equality Committee works in partnership with the Council of Europe and the International Working Group on Women's Sport to ensure the inclusion of women in all levels of university sport. To guarantee clean sporting events, FISU works in close partnership with the World Anti-Doping Agency, and together with the agency, FISU has developed an anti-doping e-text book aimed at educating young athletes and their coaches on the dangers of doping. The summer and winter universiades provide young, aspiring sports journalists with a unique training experience. Through the Young Reporters program, selected candidates from all 5 continents
ok.
the glorious Italian summer. The heat of Naples and the second day of competition at the Summer Universiade. And you join us at the Pala Vesuvio in Ponticelli, right in the eastern quarter of the city of Naples, for a session of artistic gymnastics action and the conclusion of the women's team final, and some highly anticipated names about to take to the competition floor. The first session of team final action took place earlier on during the day, the men's team final having taken place the day before, with Japan taking the gold, Chinese Taipei the silver, and the Russian Federation the bronze. But what of the women's competition? Well, at the halfway mark, Italy lead the way. They have a score of 103.5, Chinese Taipei 96.225, the Republic of Korea 93.65, and Finland 92.35. I'm sure you've written all of those scores down and have them firmly committed to memory if not. But the really interesting score for us to look at is the score of Italy, that 103.5, or if we put it in the most simple terms to follow during the competition, just under 13 per routine. That's essentially what Italy have set a leading mark with, and as the only team to clear the 100-point barrier, then they are going to be our pace setters, our markers, to see how the rest of the competition progresses. And what of the rest of the competition? Well, Canada, the Russian Federation and Japan, the three teams doing battle out on the field of play. It does look rather like we have a race going on right now between four teams for three podium places, but you never know, because team finals can bring up some interesting shocks along the way. It's a great pleasure to have your company for this broadcast and this women's gymnastics action in the Pala Vesuvio. Ollie Hogben here, bringing you the action from the easternmost quarter in the city of Naples. Ponticelli district is as far east as you get. It's number 30 of 30 marked quarters in the map of Naples. It's a lovely warm day, and it's about to get a little hotter right here in the Pala Vesuvio, because this is the business end of the women's team competition. The Russian Federation and Canada paired up, and they will go round in the Olympic order of vault, uneven bars, a balance beam and the floor exercise. Japan, well, they will be paired up with a gymnast from Netherlands who's attempting individual qualification, and they will go round on uneven bars, balance beam, floor, and conclude their competition on the vault. We have gymnasts who've done this before, as far back as 2013, in fact, and 2015 medalists. More recently, in the 2017 competition, the Russian Federation, who took the gold, have Lilia Akaimova back. Canada, who took the silver last time, have Danelle Pedrick returning, and Japan, who took the bronze last time, have Asuka Teramoto. And it's certainly the case that Japan are regarded as the heavy favourites for the competition. But what of this Russian Federation team?
Russia, uneven bars,
and then
Netherlands and Japan.
The hugely impressive Japanese setup. Some gymnasts representing Canada, some of whom really are making their big international debut in this competition.
Start warm-up.
And so the warm-up begins. These are the gymnasts that will compete on the vault first of all. Canada will get things underway. There'll be a few gymnasts, Pedrick, Akaimova and Nabieva, who are attempting qualification for the vault final as well. That's a look at Elisabeth Gertz, Dutch gymnast who's not part of this team competition. It'll be quite easy to tell why, because she is the only gymnast competing for Netherlands in this subdivision. And then Japan will accompany Elisabeth Gertz around the field of play. That is how things currently stand. Italy leading the way. And they are certainly the team that we are going to be watching most closely in terms of the scoring aggregates as this competition unfolds. The key thing is that there are 3 gymnasts in a team. Only 2 gymnasts are required to perform a routine. And if the coaches do choose to send all 3 gymnasts up to perform the routine, then the weakest score is discarded. So it is effectively 3 up, 2 to actually have scores that count, but you can only send 2 gymnasts up should you wish to do that. So it's at the coach's discretion. From the point of view of all of these teams, their intention is to send everybody up to compete on every single piece. If you watched the morning session of competition or the early afternoon session of competition, then you will have seen that some teams, particularly the gymnasts from Chinese Taipei in Italy, they chose not to send everybody up. It's down to the decision of the coaches, and things can change as the competition goes on. That was rather enforced upon the Russian Federation in the men's competition yesterday due to some injury problems. And Japan also made a quick adjustment due to that as well. Well, lots to be worked out. Canadian team in good form and in buoyant mood. Alana Fisher, the 21-year-old, making her international debut. She's competed for Ontario, never for Team Canada. This is a great moment for her. She is absolutely delighted to be here and participating. Just saw a brief glimpse of Tatiana Nabieva of the Russian Federation, a gymnast who so many people have been incredibly excited to see competing in this competition. She's a name well known to a lot of gymnastics fans from years gone by. But it was the host nation's story in the morning. They really did perform extremely well indeed. Some very key displays, such as Martina Rizzelli's 13.45 on the uneven bars, Carlotta Felito 13.6 on vault and a 13.2 in the floor exercise. Laura Mori is a very consistent performer across the board for Italy, and they were utterly jubilant following the conclusion of their campaign. Now they have to sit back and wait. Canada, Russian Federation and Japan, they are now the nations who are about to compete. In terms of the all-around competition, because this team final is also qualification for tomorrow's all-around, then the Italian gymnast Laura Mori is leading the way, 50.3, the only 50-plus score we've had so far. Yana Fedorova, Barbara Mokashova, Marlies Manisdorfer and Farah Abdul Hadi are the top 5 at the moment. Turning attention to the apparatus finals. The vault, as things stand, is being led by Yana Fedorova. The uneven bars led by Martina Rizzelli. Not much of a gap between her and Janine Berger, the German gymnast, 13.45 to 13.25. The beam, it's a tie. Carlotta Felito and Laura Mori, both on 12.85. And then the floor is Carlotta Felito, 13.2 her score. But we have a lot of gymnasts, one of whom is Elizabeth Gertz, attempting to fight their way into both the all-around and also the apparatus picture. They will be watching and loving the action, enjoying the sport, but they'll also be hoping that at the conclusion Italy have managed to hold on to their advantage and somehow found a way to secure a medal. It's going to be a very interesting fight. If Japan perform as Japan can perform, as we expect these gymnasts to perform, then they are the clear favourites. But the Russian Federation also have great experience in their squad. It is most definitely not Alana Fisher. We're just testing you. We knew you knew that was Lilia Akimova.
Uneven bars. Netherlands,
Young fans
Else
watching on.
Gertz.
That is Alana Fisher. And she is to be the first competitor
Vault,
in the women's vault
Canada,
as
Alana
part
Fischer.
of the team final. So making her international debut, Alana Fischer, and a great welcome to her to the elite international scene. She does a lot of her competition for the Southeast Missouri Redhawks. That's where she attends university, under the guidance of head coach Ashley Lawson. Great story for Fischer. She started gymnastics because she apparently had very poor motor skills as a child. She said gymnastics has helped her enormously with that. Case in point, really. Really good for Fischer just to get a nice, smooth first delivery. Just getting that first routine hit and out of the way, landing that vault successfully. It's relatively simple by some of the vaults that we'll see in comparison, but it was neatly executed, well delivered. They don't have enormous amounts of international experience, a lot of
Canada,
the
Jessica Dory.
Canadian gymnasts, but what they do have is quite superb sense of team spirit.
Let's go, Jess!
And that will help them through the competition as Fischer scores 11.9 and booms out encouragement to Jessica Dowling. And over we go to
Bars,
have a look at
Japan.
the uneven bars.
Aiko
Elizabeth Gertz has
Sugihara.
just scored a 12.45 on the uneven bars, which has her currently in 6th place for the bars qualification. But now to Aiko Sugihara of Japan. Sugihara, 19-year-old from Osaka, who studies at the Japan Women's College of Physical Education. Completes the Ginga. Oh, she's a little bit overarched on the handstand, but it's just not gone according to plan here at all for Sugihara. Jaeger was better.
First vault, Denel Pedrique, Canada.
Not the smoothest of starts for Japan, but a smooth finish for Aiko Sugihara, and she did well to actually keep on the apparatus. Japan can lose one of their bars scores. Indeed, they will lose one of their bar scores. She was overarched on that handstand, and then just all the momentum was lost, didn't quite get the angle of attack right as she turned, and as a result was facing and heading in the wrong direction. This was very good dismount, got a nice bit of travel away from the bars.
Second vault,
So Japan's first score shortly to come in, the score for Aiko Sugihara. Even though she's only 19, Sugihara, she's already won continental all-around honours. Asuka Terumoto, 23-year-old, will be next to go, competing at a third Universiade. She has an extraordinary collection of Universiade medals. Hasn't yet got the gold. There's quite a bit of time being taken by the judges
vault,
to
Russia,
calculate
Uliana
this score.
Peribinosova. Japan bars Asuka Teramoto.
12.45 is the score for Sugihara. Now after a slightly long wait, Asuka Teramoto to go. Meanwhile, Jessica Dowling scored a 13 on vault for Canada. Danielle Pedrick a 12.5. The Russian Federation have just begun their vaulting as well. It was nicely done. A rapid transition from Teramoto from high to low. Got lovely height and floated to ground in the dismount. Very secure from Teramoto. The reigning Japanese all-around champion and silver medalist on the uneven bars in the hugely competitive national championships that took place in April. Didn't leave herself too far away from the bar, particularly in a team competition like this, where she knows this score's really going to need to count, because they'll be hoping to discard that first.
Second vault, Tatiana
Wind up
Navieva,
really
Russia.
nicely. Meanwhile, over on the vault, Ulyana Peribinosova, 13.65 for the Russian Federation. Tatiana Nabieva's first vault, 14.55. Outstanding vault with a 9.15 execution score. A lot of action taking place in this team competition, and I will endeavour to keep you updated at all times as to what's going on elsewhere on the field of play. .75 is the score for Teramoto. A really good score.
Bars, Itomi
In terms of
Takeda, Japan.
what we've seen so far in the uneven bars process. That is the highest mark by 0.3. Now to Hitomi Hatakeda of Japan. Final Japanese gymnast to compete on the uneven bars.
Vault, Russia, Lilia Akaimova. First vault.
Settled nicely into this competition now, Japan. They've really settled nicely into the competition, and they'll be carrying two very strong uneven bars scores into the second rotation. Well, she's just won uneven bars gold again at the Japanese Apparatus Championships. It was back in 2017. She really made her breakthrough there, winning this event. She has a fluidity on the uneven bars that's very nice to watch.
Second vault.
Now to Lilia Akaimova of the Russian Federation, a 14.4 for her first vault. This is the one for vault qualification. May well make it rather tricky for her to get into the vault final. That said, she did have a 14.4 for the first. It is an average score, but the 14.4 is the one that's going to count for the team competition. And what it means from the Russian Federation's point of view is that they have secured 14.4 and 14.55 as their vault scores heading into the next rotation. And that is what you call taking full advantage of the opportunity to hit a higher score on the vault.
First rotation is over. Please, ready to change apparatus.
13.85 is the score for Hitomi Hatakeda. So Japan 13.85 and 13.75 on the uneven bars. Got a very interesting battle going on. 13.425 Akaimova's score. That's the vault final score, and she is actually in second place. Just by a couple of tenths there. There's a big drop over a 2/10 process. Now, the leaderboard you're looking at here is a slightly skewed perspective because the top 4 teams have already finished. So let's have a look at the numbers in relation to Italy at this point. Russia, 28.95, Japan, 27.6, and then Canada, 25.5. Italy at this stage of the process, 26 was their score. So Italy would at the moment be in the bronze medal position if things carried on in this way. In fact, actually, if we really factor in everyone that's performed and look at the total scores across the first subdivision, then Chinese Taipei would be well positioned. They would actually be occupying bronze. They had a 27.075 for their first rotation. They did start on vault, Chinese Taipei, dropped away a little bit in the middle part of the competition. Right, so I hope that all makes sense, and you've got that in essence. We've got a very interesting battle going on for first place. Still a little bit early for us to extrapolate too much from what we've seen.
2 minutes warm-up.
She certainly started impressively. Nebieva with 14.45 on her vault. And she has acquired quite the reputation for her work on the uneven bar. She was a silver medalist at the World Championships back in 2011. Japan will move across to the balance beam. What a delight it is to see Tatiana Nebieva back in top-level international competition after such a long absence. So many people thought she'd retired. She announced she was coming back not that long ago. And the fervour of excitement about her competing at these games has been remarkable. A relatively late arrival into the selection process for Uliana Perebinosova. Lana Fischer is another gymnast who was just ecstatic to be part of this process. And Jessica Dowling, who we just caught a glimpse of there, said that taking a silver medal with the Canadian team a couple of years ago in Chinese Taipei, it's the highlight of her career as a gymnast. And she has had some good results on the uneven bars recently at the Canadian Championships. So Japan, having had a very strong start on the balance beam, now needs steady rather a strong start on the uneven bars, now needs steady nerves on the balance beam. Russian Federation taking the bronze medal in the men's team competition yesterday. Chinese Taipei did a brilliant job in holding them away and keeping a firm grip on the silver medal in the latter stages of the competition. I'm sure that it has all come flooding back for her. Just as I'm sure it's all come something back for many of you watching once again, Tatiana Nabieva prepare to compete.
Stop warm-up beam.
Look out over the Palo Vesuvio in Naples.
Beam, Japan, Hitomi Takeda.
Hitomi Hatakeda competing on beam for Japan. Started with a 13.85 on the uneven bars. Did take a silver in this at the Apparatus Championships quite recently in Japan. Gymnast in form, really a gymnast in form at the moment, Hitomi Hatakeda. Confidence growing and growing, this 18-year-old from Tokyo. Penny for her thoughts. Your eyes do not deceive you. Tatiana Nabieva is back. And she has started fantastically.
Bars, Russia, Tatiana Nabieva.
She has form here. Gold medalist in 2013 in Kazan. It's part of a very strong Russian team. A silver on the uneven bars. And so, the 24-year-old Tatiana Nabieva back in the international fold and performing on the uneven bars. Just had to rescue that pirouette. Looking more fluid now. Uses a nice half-turn transition. Very clean. Well, that is a lovely dismount from Tatiana Nabieva. She was so focused before the start of that display. And she has delivered a strong routine indeed. Now just the smallest hint of a smile. But still a long way to go in this competition. She started so well with a 14.55 on the vault. That went very nicely indeed. Now total contrast of reaction. The way she was beforehand 13.1, Hitomi Hatakeda on the balance beam. Strongest individual mark we've had on the balance beam so far. Carlotta Felito Lauramori drop into second and third place respectively. Balance beam was a very strong apparatus for Italy. Asuka Teramoto has just performed her balance beam routine for Japan. Give you an update on that score and indeed on the score for Tatiana Nabieva as soon as it comes in. Nabieva's second vault, by the way, was a 13.55, so 14.05 makes her the strongest vaulter that we've had so far. It's a competition that has started extremely well for the student of coaching at the Leskov National State University of Physical Education. She grew up idolising Svetlana Korkina, so known for her distinctive work on the uneven bars gymnast. I highly recommend you having a look at if you're new to the sport and wanting to delve a little more into its history and how routines have developed over the years.
Uneven bars, Russia, Lilia Akaimova.
Still she waits for the score, Tatiana Nabieva. It's quite a long wait as well. They're really looking into this in some detail. 13.5 is the score for Nabieva. Lilia Akaimova next to go for the Russian Federation on the uneven bars. Asuka Teramoto has produced a 12.6 on the beam. Added to Atakeda's 13.1. Now to Lilia Akaimova. Part of the Russian team that took the gold in Taipei. Not had any real issues so far with this routine. Just lost a little bit of her form moving in towards that dismount. She was a bit piked on the landing, but landed it with assuredness. Much like Nabieva, studying a degree in coaching at the same university. It's in St. Petersburg. Made a big European Championship debut at Glasgow in 2018. She was, to some people, a bit of a surprise inclusion in the team. Very much justified her place there. Russian Federation took gold in that incredibly memorable team final where France were the top qualifiers, but Russia came out and really delivered a great display in the final itself. Now, Aiko Sugihara, 12.85 on the balance beam. So Japan will carry through a 13.1 and a 12.85 as their scores on the balance beam moving into the second half of the competition. It's a 12.95 for Akaimova.
An even bars, Uliana Perebinosova.
Uliana Perebinosova, the final gymnast to compete on the uneven bars for the Russian Federation. An 18-year-old competed in the uneven bars final at her first European Championships. She really is moving nicely through this display. Just lovely from Uliana Perebinosova. Started with a 13.65 on vault and then delivering this. Well, the Russian Federation have started this final in incredibly impressive fashion. Made full use of the opportunity to deliver big scores on vault. They've been extremely dependable on the bars. And she's got some interesting work in her bars routine, different from what we've seen from a lot of the gymnasts here so far. Gets wonderful amplitude in the dismount and yet comes down as light as a feather. Such a nice combination of power and grace. Very compelling display to watch. Haven't seen a great deal of her this year, Perebinosova. Haven't seen a great deal of her for a while, but what we have seen of her so far has been very exciting. So if you're just joining the action at this stage, it's the women's team competition with the second half. So the Russian Federation and Japan have both completed two pieces. Japan, the uneven bars and the balance beam. The Russian Federation, the vault and the uneven bars. We still have Canada to compete on the uneven bars. 13.6 is the score for Perebinosova. So that's the third strongest display we've seen so far on the uneven bars. Hitomi Hatakeda and Asuka Teramoto higher than that. And now to Alana Fischer, who completed a very solid first vault. Gets through her first Kachev as well. Need to have another go at that. This is difficult. Loses execution marks every time. Yep, every time that she takes that extra swing. Unfortunately, she just couldn't quite get the pace going. Just the toes slipping off, unfortunately. Determined gymnast, though. It was most impressive to see the way that she kept fighting to keep going as long as possible. You'd expect that from a gymnast like Alana Fischer, though, to be honest. I mean, she's missed 4 out of the last 10 years of competitive gymnastics due to really bad injuries, and she just keeps coming back and she keeps fighting out on the field of play. She dismounts really well. She will obviously be reflecting with disappointment on aspects of that routine, but once she returned to the apparatus, went very well indeed. What she has got better at over the years, by her own admission, is the conquering of the nerves. That's something that she says she used to struggle with it enormously, but now, perhaps as a 21-year-old who's been doing this for quite some time, she feels more of a sense of levity being out there and competing, just enjoys the opportunity to do it. Danielle Pedrick rather, will be next to go. All of the action has been completed across the other pieces of apparatus. And that's because the Japanese team are travelling around just with a lone gymnast from Netherlands who's going through individual all-around qualification and apparatus qualification. So all of our focus remains very firmly on the uneven bars and on this display from the Canadian team. Score of 8.95 for Fischer. Now to Danielle Pedrick, the 20-year-old from Wilcox in Saskatchewan. And she is the survivor of the Canadian team that took the silver medal in Chinese Taipei. An NCAA gymnast. She just a touch of difficulty there. Dismount that is coming back into fashion, actually. It's one that you're seeing increasingly now in competitions. And she's had a very good 2019, Pedrick. Just been named the Mid-American Conference Gymnast of the Year. Having won that particular conference all-around title, also performed very well on the vault. She's a third-year student in the University of Central Michigan. Nice looking, interesting dismount.
Let's go, Jess, you got it.
Jessica Dowling will be the last to compete. As always, as you can always guarantee with gymnasts, the encouragement to the rest of the team. Great feature of the sport, and actually the encouragement they give to competing gymnasts, to those who are effectively fighting against them. There's always a wonderful, dependable sense of camaraderie about the sport.
Come on, Jess. You got this.
So after this, Japan will move to the floor. Russian Federation and Canada will go across to the balance beam. Pedrick's score is 11.7.
Jessica Dowling, Canada, 11 bars.
Now to Jessica Dowling. Scored a 13 for her vault. Got to pick up the pace and has done so. Well delivered Kachev. A little bit loose in the legs going into that pirouette. Well recovered though. It's gone into this really nicely actually as a routine. It really has grown. Can she get some amplitude on the dismount? She can, just a small step back, but that really did start to pick up as a routine. Student of the University of Guelph in Ontario. She has intentions of reading a master's degree in nutrigenomics, which is the interaction between nutrition and genes. I know because I had to look it up, as I'm sure many of you in the edition were you about to as well. Very interesting field that she's interested in pursuing. Jessica Dowling,
Change
great fascination
apparatus.
with biomedical sciences. Having to play catch up with the rest of the team. Jessica Dowling, and Canada certainly will be playing catch up from a score perspective. That brings to a close the second rotation in this competition. We'll bring you in a short while confirmation of both Jessica Dowling's score, which is a 12.95, and the leaderboard at this stage of proceedings. And as I said last time, just a reminder to you that we're seeing the teams that have already finished the competition with completed scores, so that's why Italy looks so far in front. But turn your attention to 5th place, Russian Federation, Japan and Canada. So the marks that we're looking at there at this stage of the competition, Chinese Taipei, who were in the bronze medal position by our last count, they were on 49.875. Italy, 51.7. So if we think about a real-time race for this, it's Russian Federation 1, Japan 2, Italy 3.
Beam, Canada and Russia. Floor, Netherlands and Japan.
And then we have
3
Chinese
minutes
Taipei
warm-up
in
beam,
fourth position.
and 2 minutes warm-up floor.
So Italy, so far, doing enough to hold on to that position of advantage they've built up. And a very good competition indeed, the Italian team in the early afternoon session here at the Pala Vesuvio. Warm-ups taking place on the balance beam. This is where we'll see the Russian Federation. A team that is leading the way. Leading the way well at the moment. 2.5 marks they've got over Japan. Japan will compete on the floor. We've seen some very big scores from those big Russian gymnasts, big names, strong performers. She's had much to ponder about her return to top international competition, Tatiana Nabieva. It's gone very well indeed thus far. It's always such a delight to see a gymnast come back, show everyone what they're still capable of. And what they have shown us they're capable of so far is gold, because they're in the gold medal position at the halfway mark of the competition. Let's got a glimpse of Jessica Dowling as she was walking away. Some of you might remember the spell she did have competing for Netherlands a while in the run-up to the London 2012 Olympic Games.
Stop a warm-up floor.
Still a lot more gymnastics action to take place over the next couple of days. We've got the all-around competitions for both men and women happening tomorrow, and then it's on to the apparatus finals, a big packed day of apparatus finals. They'll be done in 2 sessions on Sunday. I do hope that you'll join us for all of that gymnastics action at the Summer Universiade. And what a joy it is that the Universiade has returned to Italy, to the nation of its birth. It was back here in Turin in 1959 that the first ever Universiade was hosted. It's the original name was given, Universiade, which has now become Universiade. In those first games, about 1,500 athletes competed.
Warm up. Floor, Netherlands.
8,000 have come along for this competition.
Beam, Canada, Alana
Italy
Fischer.
next time around. Alana Fischer, the gymnast representing Canada, set to compete on the balance beam. Her father competed as a judoka at the Montreal Olympics, and Fischer has said this for her is effectively, it's an Olympics for her because she wants to go and see so many sports. She wants to get out there and watch her teammates across the Canadian delegation competing in so many different things. Just lost her stability in the pirouettes. And again. Turn that into a really nice, elegantly performed dismount, Alana Fischer. It's worth remembering that she is participating in her first international competition for Team Canada. She has competed at provincial level for Ontario, but it's a big step up when this happens. It takes a gymnast a little time to be settled and to really feel fully comfortable at this level. But what she has proven throughout her short career in gymnastics is that she has remarkable tenacity. So many other gymnasts would have walked away after battling through the injuries that she's battled through. She actually ruptured her Achilles in her final year of high school. Thought she'd never, ever in a million years get to college, and then somehow finished 8th in the all-around at the Canadian Championships and was offered a scholarship by Southeast Missouri State. And she now competes for the Red Hawks. A lot of athletes wouldn't have even got close to that point where they were back and able to be competitive in a position to actually earn themselves a scholarship.
Daniel Pedrick. Floor. Japan, Asuka Teramoto.
So Asuka Teramoto of Japan to compete on floor. Her uneven bar score of 13.75, an important one for Japan. Her balance beam score, 12.6, was the one they discarded. I'm just waiting for her to begin because Elizabeth Gert's score has not yet been fully calculated. I think she's now got the go-ahead. So 11.9 for the Dutch gymnast. Now to Asuka Teramoto. Well, she has been a gymnast in great form on the floor recently. Took a silver at the Japanese Championships in April, where she won the all-around. Followed it up by winning the whole thing at the NHK Trophy the following month. Very prestigious competition, the NHK Trophy, but she didn't look quite as settled on some of these tumbling passes. So, from Japan's point of view, we're going to really need these next couple of routines. How much the 23-year-old would dearly love to get a Universiade gold. 5 silver medals.
Beam. Jessica
Confirmation
Doling.
of the 9.05 for Alana Fisher on the balance beam, a routine that we saw earlier. Danielle Pedrick has scored 11.6. That means that Danielle Pedrick's score is going to be one that counts for Canada. They've had 11.6, 11.6 and 9.05 on the balance beam. We're saying to each other, look, let's not worry about this, we've got a long way to go in this competition. And they're all here as a team to support each other, and you get that opportunity when a score can be discarded. We have in a moment the spectacle of the Russian Federation competing on the balance beam. It's going to be of great importance. They will hope, Japan, that 11.65 for Asuka Teramoto will not be of great importance. And Hitomi Hatakeda is going to be the first gymnast to attempt to go better. Wonderful moment it is for her. Her mother, Yukiko, actually competed at the Universiade some years ago. So exciting watching the Hatakeda family developing its gymnastic prowess. Sister Chiaki came 4th at the all-around championships, the All Japan Championships at senior level. just one place behind Hitomi. It's a fascinating routine, this. It's very distinctive. Some really nice choreography. Works well with the choice of orchestration, very well. Certainly pretty secure on landings for a lot of her tumbling work. All of it is very successfully underpinned by this striking choreography. It really does make for a memorable display. Memorable score too, 13 for Hatakeda, second strongest score we've actually had on the floor.
Aiko Sugihara, Japan.
Carlotta Felita is the strongest. Felito had a score of 13.2. And we stay on the floor. Certainly looked as though we were about to anyway. In fact, our attention's going to go across to the Russian Federation on the balance beam. Lilia Akaimova. This is the second Russian display on the balance beam. Uliana Perevinosova's score is being calculated as we speak. Perevinossova has scored. I'm just actually waiting for that to be confirmed. And then we'll see the work of Lilia Akaimova. Hearing that, Tatiana Nabieva. Meanwhile, we have in progress the floor routine of Aiko Sugihara, who's seeking to produce a big display to go beyond that 11.65 that Asuka Teramoto delivered, and that has indeed concluded. The Russian Federation will finish their campaign on the floor. And for Japan, it will be to the vault, and that's going to be important because the Russian Federation set such a high mark on the vault at the start. Been quite a wait for the score of Uliana Perevinossova, but it is in, and it's a score of 12.85. Now to Lilia Akaimova. Along with that gold she won in Taipei a couple of years ago, has a full set of colours, vault silver and floor bronze. Really struggled for stability and the hands went down. Important deduction coming up in terms of the overall composition. Better and more stable now. Just a little moment of hesitancy. Nice dismount with a little bit of a pace forward, but the hands down on the apparatus could well erode a little bit of that lead the Russian Federation have built up over Japan, a lead of 2.5 at the halfway mark of the competition. was here during these wolf turns that things became a touch problematic. Just started a little oscillation. From that point, a slip of the foot and the hands have to go down. It is very costly from an execution standpoint. Just a little out on the rotation in the landing. Aiko Sugihara has produced an excellent score on floor of 13.25. Akaimova has a score of 12.3.
Beam, Russia,
for her
Tatiana
work on the
Nabieva.
balance beam. So a lot will come down to this display from Tatiana Nabieva. She got a quite different picture from how she was before her bars routine. She was, I'm sure many of you will remember, talking with ferocity to herself. Did actually pick up a penalty of 0.3, it seems, for delaying the start of the routine. And actually is not performing the routine. Just simply presents to the judges. And she was down to perform. And obviously has not done so.
Change of apparatus, please.
And that brings to a close this rotation. So Tatiana Nabieva not performing on the balance beam. And as a result, that means the Russian Federation will take through the 12.3 from Lilia Akaimova. Interesting and unexpected moment in the competition. And what does it mean in terms of the standings? Well, we shall try not to keep you in suspense for too much longer and give you an idea of just how everything is looking. So again, eyes down to 5th position on the leaderboard and the Russian Federation. Japan 2nd place in terms of the real-time leaderboard. But what has happened is the advantage of the Russian Federation, which was 2.5 at the conclusion of the last rotation, is now down to 1.4, and Japan are going to vault. So that is really important. Japan will finish their campaign on the vaulting table. Now, in terms of the other standings, so Russian Federation first position,
Canada.
Japan 2nd place, and Italy would
3
be in
minutes
3rd place.
warm-up
Where
floor.
they performing right now? 76.6 for them. And then, based on how things currently are, Canada in 4th position. So just to reiterate, Russian Federation 1, Japan 2, Italy 3, Canada 4. A reminder of how things are in terms of the all-around qualification, with Lara Mori sitting ahead of the pack. We still have plenty of action to come in terms of determining the all-around standings, because all of these gymnasts in the effectively highest seeded group, it's not officially a seeding process, but it does bear some weight in terms of it being calculated on how the teams finished at the last Universiade. We still don't have their scores in terms of all-around performance. That will come in a short while. Now just a brief pause as we stare at the vault, which is where Japan will conclude their campaign. Let's stay with the vault. Tatiana Nabieva, top performer on vault so far. Yulia Akimova, second strongest. Yana Fedorova, third strongest. To the floor. Aiko Sugihara is the top performer. Carlotta Felito is second strongest. Hitomi Hatakeda is the third strongest. On the uneven bars, it is Hitomi Hatakeda and Asuka Teramoto. Then Juliana Perivinosova. As for the balance beam, which we just had a moment of real drama on, didn't we? Balance beam always presents us with drama, even if somebody doesn't actually get on it. Hitomi Hatakeda is the top performer. Perivinosova, the second strongest. Felito, third strongest. Well, it's going to be interesting. Russian Federation, they are going to need something very strong on floor, because Japan have got the chance to make up some ground on the vault. 2.5 became 1.4. Welcome to you if you are just joining the competition at this stage. We are in the closing moments of this women's team final in artistic gymnastics at the Napoli 2019 Summer Universiade. And Uliana Perivinosova of the Russian Federation will be the first gymnast for Russia to compete on floor. She's been a very valuable team member already in her short career. Uliana Perivinosova, she was part of the Moscow team that won gold at the Russian National Championships last year. Is this going to be a big enough display across the board from the Russian team in order to see off this late charge from Japan? Hitomi Hatakeda has just scored, or rather just completed her vault. We're waiting for the score to come in for that vault.
Vault, Japan, Aiko Sugihara.
It's a 13.85 for Hatakeda. Now, Aiko Sugihara.
Floor, Russia, Lilia Akaimova.
Really good vault from Sugihara. Really good vault. They might well be able to do this. They really might. Lilia Akaimova knows what it is to win team gold at the Universiade. She did it 2 years ago. Can she do it again here? It's coming down to the wire, there's no doubt about it. We're in for a very close finish.
Volt,
Lilia
Nederland,
Akaimova.
Elze Geurts.
A dependable display from the 22-year-old on floor. Has experienced being on the podium for her floor exercise at the national championships, and this was what she won the bronze medal in a couple of years ago in Chinese Taipei. Now, Asuka Teramoto has scored 14.55 for her vault. So this is going to be most interesting indeed. Sugihara 14.1. Lebenosova a 12.9 score. If Tatiana Nabieva is actually going to be competing in the floor exercise. Japan are on 108.45 at the moment. This is now the horrible anxious wait. So 108.45 is the final score for Japan. 13.35 for Akaimova is the top score in terms of floor qualification. It puts the Russian Federation on 107.45, a mark shy of Japan. And indeed, that has concluded the Russian Federation's campaign on floor, so no Tatiana Nabieva on floor. And that means that Japan have got this, they've taken the gold. 108.45 to 107.45. They've eaten up that 2.5 mark gap at the halfway point to win it by a single mark. Let that sink in whilst you watch Alana Fisher's floor routine. Well, it's been a great experience for Alana Fisher to compete in her first international competition, having made the step up from provincial to full international level. And there'll be much about what she's done over these four routines that she can be extremely satisfied with. There'll be other moments that she'll look back on with an eye to learn for the future. And that's what it's about when a gymnast competes in their first big international competition. But I think the enduring story we have to take away about Alana Fisher from this whole competition is just what she has done to get to this stage, how hard she's worked, how much pain, physical pain, she's battled through to get to this stage where she is an international gymnast. Sometimes you win the battle, don't you, just by being there. I think that's what Alana Fisher has done. Her reaction, it's hot in here, is summing up how everyone's feeling in Naples at the moment this time of year. It really is a touch on the sweltering side. Jessica Dowling, her final performance. It's a really interesting routine, that, isn't it? Fascinating choice of orchestration. Some very slow moments to it, and actually some very high-impact tumbling work as well, which rather blends the whole thing together and gives it quite a punchy feel. Well, it has been absolutely extraordinary team competition as we look back at some of this work of Jessica Dowling, the 24-year-old from Hamilton in Ontario. She has experienced being in the silver medal position on a Universiade podium a couple of years ago. And that's what we've just discovered is going to happen to the Russian Federation. Courtesy of Japan overcoming quite a deficit to win by a single mark. And the most intriguing of conclusions to the competition, where we had an unexpected lack of a third Russian routine in the last two rotations. Tatiana Nabieva not performing on beam, not performing on floor. It's all been most beguiling.
Last gymnast, l'ultima ginnasta di questa giornata.
So all of that brings us to a stage where we have the final performance to come in. At the moment it's Japan 1, the Russian Federation 2, Italy 3. And it is going to stay that way. It's a brilliant moment for Italy, having managed to secure themselves a bronze medal, having performed in the first half of the competition. They really did have a brilliant campaign. .12.3 the score.
Canada,
Jessica Dowling.
Floor.
Still having plenty of opportunity to enjoy the experience, and we will conclude this team competition with Denelle Pedrick of Canada, gymnast who competes for the University of Central Michigan in NCAA competition. Gymnast who's just earned academic all MAC honours in the Mid-American Conference. Well, one sees a lot of really striking choreography in NCAA gymnastics. That certainly was striking choreography from Denelle Pedrick to bring her competition to a close.
Ladies and gentlemen,
a great advert actually for the whole Universiade movement.
Stay with us for the medal ceremony.
Very academic individual. She has great aspirations to be an orthopedic surgeon.
Così questa competizione.
Just what she has done in the
la
college
classifica
world
di squadra e la qualificazione alla finale individuale. Vi preghiamo di rimanere con noi perché la cerimonia di premiazione per la gara di squadra avverrà entro pochi
she came into this very much the gymnast who has enjoyed the benefits of university sport and has made the most of those opportunities, both on the field of play and in the academic sphere. So this is the last score to come in of the competition. It's not going to have any impact, realistically speaking, on the leaderboard. And we're going to bring you confirmation of those top three positions in just a moment. We've known for a little while that it's Japan 1, Russia 2 and host nation Italy 3.
Le ginnaste devono lasciare il campo di gara, grazie.
as is customary, the celebrations aren't really beginning in full force until we've got this last score in. It's a sort of unspoken rule of the sport. And then after we've brought you those final standings, we will of course bring you the victory ceremony for the women's team competition. Double glory for Japan in the team competitions. It's 11.2 for Danelle Pedrick. And all of that means that at the end of this competition, we know that it is another gold for Japan in the Pallavisuvio, with the Russian Federation taking the silver medal by a single mark, and Italy taking the bronze ahead of Canada. Really good performance by Italy in the morning session to secure a medal that nobody could wrestle away from them, take out of their hands. Now to the all-around qualification, and an update on that with Hitomi Hatakeda, Yulia Akaimova, Uliana Perebinosova and Aiko Sugihara, the top four. Asuka Teramoto, who's in 5th place, will not participate in the all-around because of the 2 per country rule. Jessica Dowling will, as will Lara Mori. And Elsa Gertz, the gymnast who was part of this subdivision, has made it into all-around qualification. Made it into the all-around final. Just to carry on the discussion about qualification for finals action that's taking place this weekend, as we turn our attention to the apparatus finals on Sunday. In the vault, Tatiana Nabieva is the top qualifier. Lilia Akaimova in 2nd position, Yana Fedorova 3rd place. The uneven bars, it is Hitomi Hatakeda, the top performer. Asuka Teramoto 2nd strongest, Uliana Perebinosova 3rd, Tatiana Nabieva 4th. And to the balance beam, where it is Japan, Russia, Italy, Japan once more. Hitomi Hatakeda, Uliana Perebinosova, Carlotta Felito, Lara Mori, Aiko Sugihara are the top 5. And to the floor competition, Akaimova, Sugihara, Felito, Hatakeda, Perebinosova. So some familiar names. They've performed very well across the board. But the team competition won by Japan to add to the success of their male counterparts yesterday. The Russian Federation, the women going 1 better than the men in taking a silver medal. And a great display from Italy, getting their 1st gymnastics medal of these games. So do stay with us, because we'll bring you the victory ceremony in the women's team competition in a short while.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal awarding ceremony for the team's final artistic gymnastic woman. Signore e signori, la cerimonia di premiazione per la gara di squadra per la ginnastica artistica femminile.
It's now time for the victory ceremony in the women's team competition as part of artistic gymnastics at Napoli 2019. It's the 30th Summer Universiade and the conclusion of team competition in artistic gymnastics. And what an extraordinary conclusion it was to this team competition. The Russian Federation had a lead of 2.5 marks going into the final rotation. But Japan produced some super displays on vault and did enough to overturn that deficit, a gain in total of 3.5 marks. And what about them? What about the host nation, who set the standard this morning, delivered a wonderful display.
The medals will be presented by Malombete Ralete, Executive Committee member of International University Sports Federation. And the mascot will be presented by Donatella Sacchi, President of Technical Committee Artistic International Federation Gymnastic. Le medaglie saranno consegnate da Malombete Ralete, membro del comitato esecutivo della Federazione Internazionale Sport Universitari, e la mascotte sarà consegnata da Donatella Sacchi, presidente del comitato tecnico della Federazione Internazionale di Ginnastica.
Introduction of the presentation party for this victory ceremony.
Third place and the bronze medalist, Italy. Terzo posto, medaglia di bronzo, Italia.
A glorious bronze for the host nation, for Carlotta Felito, Lara Mori and Martina Rizzelli. And they really just looked so thoroughly composed from the very beginning of the competition. Right from the first rotation, it looked as though Italy were performing. They started on the uneven bars, did it very well indeed. They moved the balance beam where they were so very steady. The floor exercises had flair and style, their vaulting was powerful. And they set a standard that made it very difficult for all of the teams to come. Their reward is the bronze medal. A lovely moment for Carlotta Felito, having been involved in the lighting of the torch as well.
Medalist, Russia. Secondo posto, medaglia d'argento, Russia.
Silver medal to the Russian Federation, to Lilia Akimova, Tatiana Nabieva and Uliana Perebinosova. Akimova came here as the surviving gymnast from the team that took gold 2 years ago. Nabieva also had experience winning a gold in Kazan in 2013. And for Perebinosova, the 18-year-old, the youngest member of the team, her collection of medals increases. It is a silver medal for the Russian Federation.
And the gold medalist, Japan. Primo posto, medaglia d'oro, Giappone.
Well, this is a great display from Japan. They were playing catch-up in this competition right from the end of the first rotation, but they knew that they had vault to finish on. And if they could just stay within touching distance of the Russian Federation, there was a chance they could take them over right at the end. That's exactly what they did. A 2.5 mark deficit became just under a mark and a half, and it became a 1 mark margin of victory for Hitomi Hadakeda, Aiko Sugihara and Asuka Teramoto. And it's a joyous moment for Teramoto. So successful at the Universiade over the years. 3 times she's competed here. 5 silver medals and a bronze medal, and now she has got her gold. And for these Japanese gymnasts, they will be formidable in the all-around competition and the apparatus finals as well. Well, everyone said Japan are sending a squad here with determination to do nothing but win this whole thing. And that's exactly what they've done. The gold medalists, Japan.
Ladies and gentlemen, and now please rise for the International University Sports Federation and Team. E ora, signore e signori, per favore, in piedi per l'inno della Federazione Internazionale Sport Universitari.
The anthem of the Fédération Internationale du Sport Universitaire, the International University Sports Federation, FISU,
time for pictures. E ora diamo
signals the
spazio
opportunity
alle
for
foto.
these gymnasts to have photographs taken and moments to treasure. Come here as favourites is one thing, to leave with the gold medals quite another, and that is exactly what Japan have done in both the men's and women's team competition. And now it's the turn of the individual gymnasts as we leave you with this image of teamwork and of solidarity and of unity. Then now our focus goes towards the top performing male and female gymnasts and the all-around competitions which will take place here in the Pala Vesuvio tomorrow. Do please join us for that competition and enjoy so much more artistic gymnastics here at Napoli 2019. Until then, goodbye.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the medal awarding ceremony for the team's final in artistic gymnastic women. Signore e signori, questo conclude la cerimonia di premiazione per il concorso a squadre di ginnastica artistica femminile. Appuntamento per domani alle ore 14 con il concorso 2 all around per la sezione maschile e alle 18:30 all around per la sezione femminile. Tomorrow at 2 o'clock men all around final and 18:30 women all around final.